Hello, hello. Welcome to Party Wipe, episode 10. Happy Saturday. How's it going? Hey, Rhiannon. Oh no, the edge of my screen. There we go. Hey, LSG. How's it going, y'all? Happy Saturday. We're ready. We're ready to do some game dev today. We're pushing. We're continuing to just push. Get Party Wipe into a playable state. Alright, I was working on the character sheet, some character sheet tab stuff yesterday. Where did I leave off? Alright, so play a unit card. Pops into our roster. I also want it to react when we're over the board here, but maybe I set that up. Anyway, we can play a card. We can play another card over the first card. We can see colored numbers. I did darken the background of the character sheets to bring it more in line with kind of the value of the rest of the screen, and also to make it easier to do this. Number go up, green color, and number go down, red color, which you're not going to see the red color because number's not going to go down, but very tired today, trying to get some game dev done. Nice. It's looking good. Thanks, Rhiannon. Yeah, I've also included a plus, and I did some formatting trickery to make it so the number didn't move too much when we added the plus. Just because I want to have, like, that's the same reason why it says level 1 on the card, right? Just in case you can't make out the color too clearly. We'll do that wherever we can. Add a little extra piece of communication that doesn't depend on something like reading a color. So what we need to be able to do is click this button, which we can tell that we've pressed this button. And we need to be able to close the character sheet and bring the roster back up. I repositioned things a little bit. I like it. It's more concise. We're leaning over the battle map less, which is good. Yeah, we can level up the card. I also want to add some UI highlights, like what I've got here with the end turn. I want to add that to card hover, to card selection. I want to add it to the mouse detecting over this. We don't have enough feedback for that stuff. I just want to do all the card stuff, and then we'll move on to the battle map, what's going on in the battle map. Probably should add like a settings button over here. I also need to add some currency stuff over here in the dead space here. Stuff where you keep track of your treasure and whatever. Your attention span is shot today. You made some progress on your new prototype. You're taking it against the storm break. Nice. Against the storm is very good. This is all looking okay. There's some weird viewport stuff happening with 1 pixel lines. They're kind of squooshed, it looks like. There's something weird going on with the viewport, but that could be just how high resolution this monitor is and how low resolution the viewport is. It could be causing some weird stuff. Yeah, we're going to do that today, and then I think tomorrow is just going to be card day. I think we're just going to make cards. That seems like a good use of a lazy Sunday. Because if you'll remember, we did not stream yesterday. So we're going to make up for it by having a lazy Sunday stream. And yeah, I think I'm just going to make cards. I need like at least a dozen cards for each of the 4 basic suits, aka Knight, Bard, Ranger, Wizard. We need, like, obviously their unit card, but we also need a number of item cards. And then we need some generic item cards like potions and food. We might even have some generic ability cards at some point too. I'll have to make some ability cards, but I need to think about that more. I think I need to have the battle map going before I can think of what makes good sense to have as abilities. I wonder if I could have used these darker environment colors. What we're doing for the character sheet is we're just doing Nanigan's idea of just masking. We're just doing a mask over the... Is this right? No, this is wrong. It's the old texture. Oh, I never updated that texture. Okay, that's why. But I feel like I could use these colors. Unless this color is already present. It's close. Maybe worth trying. Oh, let's play some more chill music. Yeah, we're not going to go too crazy today either. In terms of like productivity, I don't feel. Doesn't seem like it. So let's open some of this stuff because I want to do these. And we'll look at the character sheet. Yeah, there's the red. I think that appears pretty clearly. So there's some pretty dark colors available here. I didn't really consider these. Okay, it's lighter than this. Yeah, I'll probably stick with this. Kind of like this though. I'm just gonna look at it. No harm in looking. Well, that's identical. That's what that is. It's actually even darker. What if we did this one? Oh, it's like doo-doo. Yeah, whatever. I think this is alright. It's a little dark, but it's coherent. The mask does a good enough job. This is the brightest one. It's distinct enough that you're never going to mistake the inner color for the outer color for any of these. They are going to get mixed up as soon as you start getting items. But that's fine. What we do need to add is stuff to this. In fact, I could remove some of this. Or could I? Yeah, we won't. everyone's having a nice weekend. We do the same thing as we're doing here. I feel like this wants to be like this, kind of. Do like this. It's probably stronger. Otherwise, we're gonna have some weird stuff happening. Love this, but oh, you know why this doesn't quite work? I know why that doesn't. 'Cause we don't have shadows. I don't know if I'm gonna do this. I think I might keep it simple like this to start. Quiet day today, huh? It's okay with me. Okay. gonna make some textures for this. Make our little atlas textures. Party, tab, button. This texture. Normal. Hey, Sapphire. How's it going? I don't know what I just did there. Hit some keys, stuff happened. I could do a click mask, huh? That's a good idea. All right, how's this button going? All right, that's all right. Doesn't do anything yet, but all right. Feeling under the weather? Sorry to hear that. Okay, I don't like that as much. Noticeably worse. Hey, David. How's it going? Afternoon. Yeah, you as well. Happy Saturday. You're having a good weekend. We're working on our UI stuff still. I think I need to rethink the XP thing. In terms of XP leveling, I was just gonna have it be double, but I think I can still have it be double, but I think I need to step up. Or what I need to do is I need to have the card have 1 XP value as a card, like if you play it, and have another XP value if you add it. Because then there's some pressure to wait and see if you can play a good version of one of your cards, your units. Otherwise, it's like totally equivalent. But let's set up this button first. Hey, Nix, thanks for the hydrate. Okay, I do think I like that highlight better. This needs to take us back to the party screen. And not just print something. Apparently you can have closed captions on Twitch now. It's definitely an AI. Definitely some kind of AI thing. But I feel like that's always been the way, right? It's always been some kind of AI. And like, you know, except in the days of, you know, you have broadcast television and people are actually, you know, watching the thing and closed captioning it before or as it goes out over broadcast or whatever. I don't know much about the history of closed captioning, to be honest. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think the closed captioning is good until it mishears something I say and then someone screenshots it, puts it on Reddit. That's the point I'll be like unhappy with the AI closed captioning. Some of them use live captioning. Yeah, I mean, certainly not Twitch. But yeah, I think, you know, you can have that sort of thing in broadcast television, but that's certainly not the case for like Twitch or YouTube or whatever, right? I think for YouTube, for like a VOD, you can actually upload the closed captioning. But yeah, live video, I don't know. Good question. Yeah, I think it's nice as an accessibility feature until, again, it mishears me and I get canceled for something I didn't say. But that's already the case. Lord knows there's enough video of my voice on the internet that you could make me say whatever you want. Or maybe you can just have me talk about chunks and entity components. I have to set it up. Oh. Yeah, I left it off for that reason. If it's the same closed captioning system that, you know, was available 2 years ago, I left it off because I'd seen other people use it and it is not accurate, especially when you've got a lot of jargon. So yeah, that is going to remain off. Sorry. Windows has its own closed captioning. It's interesting. I don't know if YouTube is captioning me live. Probably is. It certainly is after the fact, like for the VOD, right? Because you could just run something and like figure that out. On tab button pressed. So what we need to do is we need to bring down the character sheet. I probably should have some utility functions for this. I could say toggle and I could have it be like open or close, but whatever. Thanks for the hydrate, Nix. How did you trigger a hydrate 5 minutes after your last hydrate? Guess I left the cooldown pretty short. All right, I'll hydrate. See you, Nix. It's a very warm weekend, David. It was. Well, yeah. We had a couple really warm days here, and then it went all San Francisco, and now it's back to cold and windy and foggy, such that I like left my home at like noon yesterday, and I came back at like 7 or 8, and I could not tell what time of day it was at either point. It was so overcast, and the days are so long right now. I was like, who knows? Oh, we need to know the suit. Hard suit. But only for the open. Well, maybe we'll just copy the card resource. Probably the easiest thing to do. We don't know the card suit. Card res dot card suit. The only way I'm going to make this tolerable for me is having lots of little utility functions. Because Lord knows I'm not thinking of the architecture for how this is going to work. I'm just kind of doing it. There's a lot of side effects of treating this like a game jam. That's one of them. So we need to know a couple things when we tab the character sheet closed. Unless we're just going to keep the tabs up to date. That's probably what we should do. Like during this. I'm not sure what I'm going to do for that yet. That's okay. What's this character sheet tab? Do we not know what this is either? Oh, we do. Where is it? It's this. Oh, we don't need to know jack shit. Okay. We can say tab button. Oh, no, not the tab button. But what we can do is we can say tabs by suit. I guess what we should say, we should have like an index of what character sheet we're currently on, but let's not worry about that yet. Hey, Hamburger, how's it going? Character. Can I just say party sheets not visible? No. I have to say a specific one. So we just have to straight up know. We could keep track of our active character. We could say something like focused suit. I like active character better. Selected character, maybe? Yeah, let's do that. I could say selected suit, but that seems weird. But we will use the suit as a shorthand for the characters. Okay, so and that's the case then. Think you finally finished your game? Hell yeah. Nice. That's great. Ship it. So I need to do this. I also need to update the tab. So we're going to say tabs by suit selected care. What we need to do is we need to say, how do we do this? Oh, I haven't thought of this at all. Somehow. Or have I? What happens when we make a tab? So party tab by suit set, party tabs.add child, party tab.setup. Here we go. All you need is a little UI styling, some more feedback. Yeah, that's good. That's always true, though. People will always complain there isn't enough feedback or onboarding or tutorialization. You'll add it. They won't see it. They won't notice it. They won't read it. Then they'll complain that there isn't enough onboarding and tutorialization in UI. And then you'll add more, and they won't see it. So that's just the cycle. A lot of game dev is just finding out ways to get people to look where you want them to look when you want them to look there. And then to know what they're looking at. It's tough. That's true of maybe kind of any kind of graphic design or UI UX kind of design stuff, but game devs live it. Hence why we're always so livid. Okay, so we do have we have a startup or a setup. I guess it's fine to just call that again. We could have an update. Now it would only need to change the level. Functionally, I don't know if I care enough to not just to run setup again. That's easy. Okay, so somehow we need to know our card resource, actually. That's actually kind of a problem. Do you know things like what suit you are? You don't. You really don't. You really don't. Okay, do you need to? Okay, so we're not going to actually record this as a suit. We can record this as a character sheet. Actually, maybe not. So we can just get characters by suit. We're going to say variable, active, sheet. Characters by suit, selected character. Ah, okay. Should maybe rename this suit label. So I need to update the party tabs with any kind of things that have occurred, like levels, like leveling up. Which multiple level ups might have occurred. Oh, that's a good point. Multiple level ups might have occurred. Okay. That's reasonable. I not need to know this. We can do that. We need to update all of this. So we need to say for okay, what we'll do is we'll say for suit. I wonder, like, what if a character died or something? Yeah, whatever. We'll say for suit. For sooth. No, for suit. In tabs by suit. I'd like if it cleared those warnings every once in a while. Could I give you some feedback on what specifically? Do you like kind of just how the game plays? It's a bit FODdy like for me. personally. Like, I don't like Bennett Foddy style, like you're climbing up and then you make a slight error in your platforming and then you fall all the way back down and have to start over. Not my favorite, if I'm being honest. Nothing wrong with it. I just really don't like rage bait games. Personally. I have enough rage. You have checkpoints. That's good. That's very good. Okay, I'll play it this weekend and I'll try to give you some feedback on it. Try to do that. No problem. I know it's hard to get feedback on games. You're off to the right start though. It's a web build, you know. People can play it. Okay. So when we iterate a dictionary, we iterate by key, which is good. So we'll say tabs by suit. I guess the level couldn't ever have gone down. So what we'll do is we'll have a little function called like level set or something. Fun. Level set. Card level. And oh, there's no parentheses. I'm like, why doesn't this work? And I'm like, oh, I'm in GDScript. Maybe there is parentheses. I honestly don't remember how GDScript works 90% of the time. Oh, I just need var. And maybe no parentheses. Okay, show me the docs. I'm in syntax hell right now. Just give me a for loop. Give me GDScript. Okay, no parentheses, no variable declaration. So get rid of this. Should I get rid of this? Should I get rid of this? Okay, I got rid of all that. I kind of wanted some of that, but all right. Can I keep this? Yeah. So I can't have this for some reason. Interesting. Oh, it's not a function. It's just a loop. That's why. Dumb. All right. For each suit in the tabs by suit, I'll update that. Honestly, we should do something else because it's not super great for when characters start dying, but this is in response to UI actions, which should never cause something like that. So it's fine for now. So this will update the tabs before the character sheet closes. And it'll update all the tabs in case we've made multiple changes to multiple character sheets. Which could certainly happen as soon as we start having multiple different card types in your deck. Selected character, it's not going to be character card suit. It's going to be... Oh, it's literally just going to be this. Maybe we tell the character sheet to open? No, that doesn't totally make sense. Oh, maybe it does, actually. No, it doesn't. But let's actually do this first for some reason. We don't actually need to get the sheet back. We actually know what this is already. What's going on here? If card res is unit card resource, do this. This is actually something else. Honestly, we should bring the character sheet up as soon as we detect a drag on the card. Honestly, is what we should probably do. Hey, Magoo. How's it going? Happy Saturday. We'll open the sheet and then we'll do the preview XP gain. And so now we actually don't even need to know the card res anymore, which is nice. Do that part first and then do this. If card res, cards my suit has, card res is. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So we can play this card. We can play this on it. That levels it up. And if I hit this, this goes back. This didn't change. So the tab part worked, but we need to, there's one other thing we need to change, which is the party rect. So we close the character sheet. Party rect.texture. Yeah, we gotta change this. It's not, it doesn't need to be character sheet tab. It needs to be roster mat or the roster count. Does that know what it's called? Is it roster mats, plural? Yeah. Okay, so we'll do this. We add our new character. We're like, okay, we're done with this guy. There we go. Okay. Then I can do this again. And yeah, adding this will bring that up. And then I need to be able to click this and bring the character sheet up, huh? was like, did a calculation and I messed it up. All right, 256, 128. $364, is that right? No, $384. Why is A sprite lagging there? Weird. All right, so we take this. Copy these over. What are we using for the white here? Is this... Oh, this is white. I think I wanted to use chicken white. Which is a slightly darker shade of white that I get from the chicken sprite that I use for like the card text. This is chicken white. And I think I want to tone it down a little bit because we're going to do post-processing. We're going to do things like kind of like bloomy little things and stuff. And so like I don't want anything to be too crazy bright. But maybe for these it's okay. We can always come back in and change it if we don't like it. Okay. We can also copy this. I forgot we're going to do it like this. Should really do this as a mask. So I only have to do it once. It's not really a mask. Order. I'm going to call it something different. Call it a highlight or something, but who cares? Probably should call it an overlay. This is looking good, though. I've been pretty ruthless about evaluating the graphics of this. Like, I know it's just going to be like a $5 or $6 game. So it doesn't have to be crazy, but I think it's really easy to tell if you're hitting an appropriate level of fidelity or not. I think it's like really easy to be honest with yourself about it. But maybe not. I think there's other stuff that's harder to be honest with yourself about as you're working on a project, but I feel like that gut check of like, does this look any good? I feel like it's possible. It's easier. Let's say easier. It's easier to be objective about that. All right, we're heading into ads. Hold on to your ads. What were these? These are the tabs. All right, tabs. Who is keeping track of these is my question. This is the roster tab seen. Yeah, okay. Tabs by level. I think I'm going to call this normal. Tabs by level. Covered tabs by level. Pressed. This extends a control. Why doesn't it just extend a button? Why didn't I just do that? Texture button even. I think it's because originally I wanted this to be an extension of a card. Okay, when are you going to realize that you're a button now? So I'll just close it and open it again. Hey, Arneo. Why does the roster tab need a whole class of its own? In case I split the behavior between enemy tabs and player tabs. Because there's an enemy roster and a player roster. Just keeping my options open. And again, I thought it was gonna derive from the card plugin. Okay, what am I doing? What am I doing? Renaming things incorrectly. How's it going, Arneo? If it's going to have any behavior of its own, and I'm ever going to have more than one of them, I pretty much always give it a class name. That was the only reason this didn't have an icon is I didn't actually specify the size of it fully. Interesting. You know what I don't want to do is I don't want to have like a recessed area with the darker color. But I could. But I'm not gonna, I don't think, unless it becomes a problem later. If you reference it in another component, you don't get the correct typing unless you assign it a class name. Oh yeah, that's a good reason too. I guess I just take that for granted because I usually do that. Tabs. So what we're going to do is we're going to create more of these for the other versions. But that also means... You know what's really stupid? But I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Don't ask me why. I do it because I don't want to think about it. But this is stupid. I only need one of these. But I could always change my mind later and do kind of stuff based on level to make the higher level one look fancier. But that's not a good reason. It's a reason, it's not a good reason. Should export this. Thought I did already. Okay, it's just not showing up yet. All right, so now we don't have this card front anymore. So now we're just doing it straight up in this party roster. Yeah, I got to do some more organizing here. Now that I've decided that these aren't cards. Oh, you think you're still a control. That's why. Only your script has changed. I have shot myself in the foot with that a couple of times now. Usually shows up as really obscure bugs. Where like the script thinks it's one thing, but the node thinks it's another thing. Because you changed it at one point in one, but not the other. It's annoying. Let's do this. And so this is hovered. What's happening? Here we go. Okay, so now we have all the variations for this button. Yeah, all the cards descend from base button, so it would be kind of easy to change the cards, but I don't want to go futzing around with someone's plugin. That is opening a can of worms. A significant can of worms. You do that all the time. Usually change the type of the node. It still has a different script. Yeah, usually what I do is I change the script and I forget to change the node because it's like a scene. Project would be useful to you to follow along for learning. You're too used to checking in and not really reading the code I write. Do not use this project for learning at that level. Do not do it. You can learn from my failure. You can learn from what I do and my failure and what I try and what works and what doesn't work. But yeah, absolutely do not attempt to learn from my implementation. Because again, we're treating this like a game jam game, so the implementation is trash. The implementation is just whatever gets us to the next step. Yeah, I disavow all risk and liability for anyone who attempts to do anything like what I'm doing. But yeah, follow the process. Don't follow the actual implementation. I don't even know if this process is going to work out either, but I got a good feeling about it, you know? Excuse me? Why is the save button just grayed out? That's new. Oh, okay, I see. I see. It won't let me save the resource when I've selected it through the scene. That actually makes sense. You just wrote a script for a beat visualizer. You think it's some of your least favorite code you've ever written? That means it's probably some of the best behavior you've ever seen from your code. You're like, this is fun. But God, it looks horrible under the hood. That's my presumption. That might be wrong, but that's my gut. Let's see. What's your favorite bit of code you've ever written? Probably a bit mask filter for inventory pickups. You need a check that could run hundreds of times per frame for whether you have room for a particular item. So you used a bitwise operation, so the check was super cheap. Yeah, bitwise operations always make you feel clever when you find a use case for them. I was doing that with like tags and I was doing that with a lot of stuff with blocks in my FTL Lake. I used I used a lot in the ECS and in the block systems and everything, and it felt very clever. Man, I really should have just had one for these. It's so stupid what I'm doing here, but I don't care. I don't care. We're just doing it. We're doing the thing. We just keep moving. Keep up momentum. Death of momentum is unacceptable. Must continue development at all costs. Must continue pushing forward. Yeah, the max 64 items thing is the real problem. It's like I ended up fiddling with a larger bitwise value that I could use for things beyond 64. And I never quite finished it because it was kind of a pain. Yeah, as long as you never need more than 64 of a thing, just go for it. Yeah, what you do, Arneo, is you just take a byte, which can store, which can represent numbers up to 255, and it does that with, 8 bits. So 8 flags, and then you use every combination of flags as a value. And so it means you can have, and it's neat because they're independent flags, so you can go nuts. You can either have each flag be discrete, in which case, you can only measure 8 things, or you can have each combination of flags as a unique value, in which case, you can hit that 64 max. It's cool. It's a fun way to do things. And now you'll look for any excuse to use it because it feels good. It feels clever. All right. Okay, we did it. We made all our stupid little tab things. I need to just disable the 3D window thing here. I did this on my laptop, and I don't remember how to do it in the editor. I never need to click this. Not often you get to do the actual ones and zeros in modern programming. It feels artisanal. Yeah, it feels fun. It feels good. Feels good when you're like, oh, here are all my bitwise operators. I'm using all these clever bitwise operations to determine things. It's fun. It's definitely fun. Okay, so this is a button now. And what it needs to do is it needs to hook all of these up. So we got like this one, and this one. I don't like this is hover and not hovered. I write hovered. Everything else is an ED except for hover for some reason. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to programmatically hook that in on setup. So there is no card front anymore. So what we're going to do instead is we'll say normal, texture normal equals. Okay, now there's also it focused as well. Guess I'll rename it so that it's consistent. I guess. We're just not going to fight with the engine. That helps. It helps to not fight with the engine. Even if it's trivial. Make it super explicit what this is for. I don't think it would ever cause a confusion, but I might mistype it one day. Okay. That should work. It probably will crash because I probably forgot something. Yeah, okay, texture. Oh, it would help if I actually initiated the export variables. Yeah. So ignore how stupid this is. Ignore that I'm putting basically the exact same identical texture. This is the end of week 2 for us. This doesn't feel bad for 2 weeks, but it's because not so much for how much we've done, but how much maybe I've decided on. Like, there's still a lot to do, but I feel like I have a strong idea of where we're going, which which helps. Helps keep momentum. Because again, that's just the thing. That's just the thing. Treating this like a game jam. Which is part of the reason why we're spending so much time on things like the quality of the UI. And it's because in a game jam, usually your first version of a solution is the only version of a solution you get to before people are playing the thing. I'm kind of taking that to heart here. Which does involve, you know, pushing maybe the UI harder than I would if I was just prototyping this in my bedroom and nobody was watching me or anything. But that's more of an apology than it is a rationalization. But, you know, we're just doing it. We're just doing the damn thing. This game has been really easy to talk to people about, which feels like a really good sign for me. Like, I can just be like, oh, it's a roguelike deck builder where you draft an RPG party, and people are like, oh, cool. I understand that. I understand what that means. I mean, I mostly talk to game devs about it, which is probably skews my impression, but people get the fantasy right off the bat. And they also understand how that might work, which is a great combo. Great combination. That just makes me that makes me want to double down on just the game being absolutely gorgeous to look at. You know, relatively as much as, you know, $5 pixel art game using assets is going to be. We're going to go absolutely ham on post-processing effects. But that I am willing to wait for. That I am willing to wait for. But I think the underlying assets are at a good spot. Feels good for 2 weeks. Yeah, the direction, the strong sense of direction is very good. All right. Okay, so this is a button. There are many like it, but this one is mine. That feels okay. It's subtle, but it's okay. I kind of want the character sheets to do the same thing. When you're hovered over them. Where are these bugs? Not found, card front. Oh. Roster tabs, party roster tab. Yeah, okay. So you're looking for an initialized value that's not here. Yep. That's fine. Okay, so this one, I do want this to light up. But clicking the tab doesn't really do anything, so maybe not. But I think if you throw a card over here, the character sheet thing should light up. I don't know if I want an actual outline around the character sheet card itself, but you know, I probably do. I certainly want one around this thing. And now we can do this, and now we're back to here. And then if I click this, it should open up the character sheet. So let's do that first. Will the deck do that too, so you can look at your deck? It'll do like a folds out over everything and you can see it kind of deal. We'll just decide how we're going to do that. It'll probably cover up everything. Probably be a scrolling container. Can you try that with your current prototype now? What if FF7 were a rhythm game? I mean, that sounds good. You're asking me whether I understand mechanically how that would work, and whether there's appeal there. As someone who's never played FF7, but generally understands how that works, I get it. I'm gonna tell you right now, all I'm envisioning is like, actually, I have an instant reaction to it that seems favorable, but then I think about it for any amount of time, and I'm like, how does that work? Because I would expect like a Crypt of the Necrodancer thing. So like, how do you do turn-based party combat in a rhythm game would be my big question. The fast progress and nice to see. Seems like you have good fundamentals in place. Yeah, we'll hope. We'll see. I could see maybe more of like a Sea of Stars or like a Ni no Kuni kind of like rhythm game. I could see Sea of Stars because there's that real-time component to it. But yeah, FF7, I think I'm struggling to perceive how a turn-based party RPG could utilize rhythm game stuff without just becoming Sea of Stars. Sea of Stars is good though. Me and my partner just realized they added local co-op like to that game a while ago. I think we'll go play it at some point. Okay, so now when you click the party tab button, we need to do some things. Well, we should know what our card suit is. I guess we hook up our signals. Oh, you know what we should do is actually not have the behavior here. What we should do is when we create the tab, let's hook up the signals. The only one we really need is pressed. Let's do that. That seems like the way. I prefer doing it that way, I think. Basically, QuickTime events sync to the music. What happens if you fail the QuickTime event? Oh, on tab button. Oh, this is the tab button. Oh, jeez. What you have it now is you have 5 attempts to hit on the beat. So the difficulty of pulling off an attack can be 1 through 5, meaning how many successes you need. Interesting. He's cooking, boys. Hey, Thornity. We're trying. We're working on it. We're working on the card mechanic part of playing your unit cards onto your roster and like leveling up your units by playing duplicate unit cards, building your little RPG party levels. And I'm working on just the UI of that. Hooking up buttons, and then we'll move on to the little battle map stuff of actually having this get played out, combat and stuff. Getting a little distracted by UI stuff. Yeah, we gotta hook this button up. Sold. Looks nice. Thanks, Thornity. Yeah, I'm maybe over favoring the quality level of the UI, but I have a hard time evaluating whether a UI is working for me unless it's got like the juice. When does it release? Demo. I'm committed to like a demo out at the end of the year, I think, and then get that demo in the February next fest, which is, you know, slow for Thornity and Co, but pretty fast for me. Pretty fast for a solo dev, it feels like. Who doesn't have a crack team of elite developers. Let's see. Okay, hooking up a button. Hooking up this button so that when you click it, it brings the character tab, the sheet back open. But yeah, you and Aramis putting out 3 demos in like a week is so crazy. It's deeply impressive. How are we going to do this? So when we create this, we'll connect the signal. We just got to decide to connect it to. I've already kind of used the name here, which I have regret for. I'm wondering if I could just use the, well, no, because it does this, it does the opposite thing. I'm going to call this the party button and not the tab button. That's how we're going to deal with this. I maybe have regrets if I reorder this, but we'll try it. So now the name is free, so we can use that for a signal for pressing the actual tab. All your games are going to flop, speedrunning flops. That, right? That doesn't matter though if you even if you flop like half a dozen games, you just need that one, right? Like you're just rolling the dice more. You're maximizing your rolls of the dice. I think that's super smart. Hedging your bets. You just need to speed run to the winner. That's like a great optimization. That is a really great optimization to make, honestly. Especially if you're like really not totally in control. I mean, you can increase your chances by spending more time on a game and like polishing it, and like you can definitely increases your chances of a success, but I feel like you're still just rolling the die. And so, yeah, if you just got more die, you got a handful of dice, and you just need one of those to roll high, and it pays for all the other. That's how publishers work, right? That's how they make their money. So we're going to do this, and we are going to open the character sheet. Do we know? We need to know what the suit is. There's some things this time that you're doing that might create a whole new meta of launching. I will be watching very closely. I feel that, Arneo. You always look back at what you've spent your time doing, and it always feels like that you could have done that quicker. And it's true, the current version of you could have done that thing much quicker. And so you just do it quicker next time. All right, what information do I need to bring the character sheet back up? Do I need to know the card suit? I guess I do. So we need to send that signal up. So we just need to do a bind. This, I hate this. Every time I had set up my own signals, I have to remember how they, I have to completely remember how they work. Signal. Because you can connect via signal, you can connect via object. So we're going to make a new tab. We're going to say this tab, connect this tab to our callable and bind it. I want to bind it with a piece of information from the tab, from the thing that we created. I want to see an example of that. Okay, so we can send ourselves. Oh, you know, that's probably the easiest thing to do is to send our own copy of the tab. Instead of just sending one piece of information, just send the whole tab. We'll do that. We will do that. That's easy. So when the party roster creates this, when do we create this thing? Right here. No. Oh, geez, we deconstruct it too sometimes. That's okay, right? You don't need to, like, disconnect signals before you queue free things. I don't think that's true. Oh, but you know what? We could wait until... Let's wait until we're actually committed to doing this. If card res is unit... Oh, okay. So we'll say variable party tab equals tabs by suit. Card suit. So we'll get our tab. And then what we're going to do... Actually, we don't even need to declare this. We just do it like this. We can say grab our tab. We can say pressed. And then we can say connect. And now we can make a new callable. And we can plug in... Actually, it would be easier if we declare the variable. It's a character tab. The roster tab. Party tab. We know that's safe. Tabs by suit. Card suit. Now we've got that, and we can say party tab dot press dot connect. Connect the callable. We will pass in. So we'll use on tab pressed. Sure. Oh no, we want to bind. We do still want to bind. So we'll say on tab pressed. Now I go back to here to be confused. Player.hit.connect, on player hit.bind. And then we'll just bind the reference to that tab. Find party tab. That should work. Let's do that first, since that already exists. Okay, so now whenever we actually, not when we create the tab, but when we commit and we create the character sheet, we'll hook up the tabs button, because now we know that the tab is permanent. Or, you know, relatively permanent. That's wrong. Okay. Now we do this. It's not a button yet, but we play it. Now it is a button. And it causes an error. Error calling from signal pressed to callable on tab pressed. Method expected 0 arguments, but called with 1. Oh, duh. So we're going to say party tab, roster tab, and then you don't know what to expect here. You think it's this. It's actually this. And this is going to be character sheet open. But what we need to do is we need to select the character sheet. When you say select character sheet equals characters by suit, and we just plug in the party tabs suit. Okay, this should work. Already got errors. Where's our error? Node not found, tab button. Are you still looking for this somewhere? Relative to the party roster. Party button. Oh, actually need to change that. Okay. So now I can click this, and it opens our character sheet. I can... Oh, okay, this button isn't set up anymore. What if I do it a different way? What if I do it the way of just playing a second card? Okay, now it's here. Okay, I broke the button. No big deal. Party button. The signal is called on party button pressed. It's right there. It closes the character sheet. Did I mess up? Party mat, mouse, pass. All right, let's see if this is getting even. Let's see if this is even getting pressed. I don't think it is. Hey, Mohammed. An incredible find. You've been wanting to build a roguelike deckbuilder 2. You're a complete beginner with GDScript. You're watching this building this live. It's exactly the inspiration you needed. Thank you for sharing your process. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mohammed. Appreciate you. Good luck. We have a Discord community. There should be a link off the link tree in the channel description. Feel free to come join us, hang out, share what you're working on, ask questions about Godot. We're not like huge experts, but you know. Okay, yeah. Oh, this button is not even detecting anything. So I think what the problem is someone is eating the input before it can get here. Someone is eating our input. I think it's the mat, if I had to guess. So if we simply reorder it, does it work? It's weird because the mat is set to propagate. Yep, that was it. And so now we can just do this transition. We can go into and out of the character sheet. That feels okay. I should be able to hover and click over this too, but that's not going to work. Ooh, unless I use a click mask, which I might. The thing about the character sheet is it's actually like this whole thing because it replaces the party tab thing. So I don't want to actually move its position. So it's like it's mostly empty space. We can do this, but we don't have to. We could also just drag a card over it and it will do all of the things. Okay, that's a significant part of this process, considering we don't have other characters we can play yet. But yeah, that's tomorrow. I do think we're gonna it's just gonna be card creation day, and we're gonna make like 50, 60 cards for the 4 different types of characters you can play. We'll create the base character units, which is just, you know, this simple card. And then we will start to make items. And some items will start from level 1, like mundane items. And then some items will have like magical abilities, which means you probably can't get basic versions of them. Like they'll have some kind of minimum rarity. Like I don't think you'll see an you're not going to see environmental. You're not going to see like resistances or elemental damage unless you're at least level 3, which is like the quote unquote magic level or rarity. It's awesome. Definitely join the Discord. Hell yeah. I hope you're having a good weekend here. Yeah, just keep up the momentum. Don't go too crazy. I have a lot of experience in Godot, and doing a roguelike deck builder is very daunting, even still. So just aim for a level you think you can hit. Is this just solid white text? This probably isn't quote-unquote chicken white either, is it? I would need to... Can I modulate the font itself? I don't know if I want to. I actually think that font, just the white text is good. So I'm not going to mess around with that too much. We're putting cards into the card pile, I think. That's going to be something to check out later. So what do I want to do? I want to do some more purely aesthetic stuff today. I want to do a card hover, because right now it kind of sucks to flip through your cards, and it should feel cool to flip through your cards. So we're going to do an outline, and we're going to do a bit of a bob, where it bobs up when you hover over it and then back down when it's not. I know that's like purely aesthetic, but again, I'm a very game feel forward developer. I want to do this character sheet highlight, and I want this. I guess the button doesn't need to be presentable, doesn't need to be clickable, but we do need to be able to know when we've hovered over it. Is the thing. Oh, you know what this should have? This should have a stop. Like if we hit the party button, that should stop the input. Force past scroll. Okay, we'll leave that. That seems okay. And then we're going to create highlight versions of the party roster mat, which is the mat that expands to fit the roster buttons. And we are going to do that for the character sheet. And we are going to input the card hover stuff. We'll do the character sheet part first, because that will wrap up that part. We got another hour-ish. We're doing good. We're doing okay. on time. Where did I put the character sheet thing? Right here. Yeah, notice this is almost nothing. So we're going to need a... We could do this a couple different ways. It's lazy to do it this way, but, you know... I'm okay with lazy right now. Let me look at what the requirements are for the click mask. I remember the requirements being kind of annoying. What do you take? A bitmap image. Yeah, sure. Can an atlas texture be a bitmap? Probably not. Two-dimensional array of Boolean values. Let's create one of these and see what's going on. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do this better. Let's do this better. Let's not do this horrible nonsense. Let's just, how big is the party tab? 32. We're going to shorten this down to 32. 96 by 32. I'm going to do this somewhat properly. Now we'll make 28. What I might do is cover this part up, but we'll see. I added this as a layer. I did not. I drew this directly on it. Cool. Okie doke. Okie dokie. What white did I use for this? What white? Okay. The blinding white light. The light of 1,000 suns. Might be too much once we start doing post-processing, but then we can swap it out with a less insane color. I am going to wait on the post-processing. It will be strong. We're heading back into ads soon. Hold on. Hold on to your ads. Hold them close. How else are you gonna know what to consume? This can just be a... There we go. It's gonna be the sprite. I'll save this as the atlas. Thornity, there are no ads for those with Turbo. Yeah, that's your loss, because now you don't get a break from me. But yeah, I'm in the same position. I don't mess around with that stuff either. You must close the stream then. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. All right, so I don't want this anymore. either of these anymore. Go to the engine. There's some things that are going to be disconnected now. And that is okay, like this, character sheet tab. Maybe you don't need to know this anymore then. You might not need to know about this. Character sheet tab. Yeah, forget it. No longer defined. Okay. PartyRect.texture. Character sheet open. Actually, we don't need to check the texture. We just need to change the visibility. Visible. It's false. Alright. And so what we need now is we need a character button, which is underneath the party button. Texture button. We need to figure out where this goes, but luckily we have the party button here to help us. Why does the character button keep moving back every time I change it? Oh, I moved the wrong thing, that's why. I moved the wrong thing twice. And sometimes they make it hard to grab these things. That's why you just do that. Figure out where this thing is. This is position 188. This will also be position 188. Ignore my... Oh, I already did it. Look at me. Look at me knowing what to do here. And then this needs to be over a little bit more. We make our Atlas textures. This is kind of like a tab. Roster tab. Just put it in here for now. Create a resource, an Atlas texture. It'll be character, button, normal. It'll use this character sheet tab. By 32. And that's what we use. And it's got to move over a bit. Is this the right point? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think that's the right spot. That might be off. Is it this? I think it's this. What if we expand this? That will let us know. Does this thing ignore mouse input? Because it should. Ignore. Good. Okay. And then we plug in the right texture. So if we just whatever big texture, doesn't matter which one. This one. Oh no, not that one. What I want to do is see a character sheet. This. Hey, okay, right spot. This is such a scuffed way to do this. Okay. Update this thing's size. There we go. So it should eat the input first and then pass it if it's not needed. Maybe it should stop it. Let's just see. Oh, I didn't plug in the hovered. Oh, I already have them. I just need to make them. I don't know why I do it in this order, but this is the order that we do it in. Whoa. 96. 96. There we go. No, yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, now we just plug all of those in here. Button. Pressed button. Hover button. I don't have disabled buttons. If I need them, I will make them. But we'll just chill for now. You left the game running for 20 minutes, for like 20 minutes. Okay, here are the buttons. These look okay. What we also need to do, though, is we also need to trigger this. Dang it. I see a flaw to the way I've set this up, but that's okay. That was mostly an aesthetic thing, but it doesn't quite work right. So what we need to do, we've got our character button. And then whenever we light this one, party button. Yeah, wherever we do this, we also need to character button dot visible. Okay, I'm going to circle back to that. LSG. Also, Godot has built-in spectrum analyzer, so you can change the strength of beats based on the kick drum. Ooh. That's cool. All right, so now... Oh. So now this And now if I do this, this is already the character sheet. I kind of want this to be highlighted when we're over here. And is that something I can just artificially do? Or was it a mistake? It might have been a mistake to shrink it. It might have been correct to make it enormous. So that we could tell. So what I really want to do is I want to like change the texture. I could mark it as focused, maybe. Can I just say that this is focused? Is that like a base button thing? Yeah. Oh, this could also just have a toggle, and I could just toggle it on. Yeah, let's do that. That's easier. Toggle mode. It'll achieve the aesthetic I want. Where's my GD script reference that I was just looking at? Base button. Toggle mode. Called when the button is toggled, only if toggle mode is active. Can I just call it myself? I think I can. I don't think there's like a huge downside to doing so. The signal might get messed up. Could always do set press no signal though. Yeah, we'll just do that. Arneo, finally the resolutions work for small, embed, and full screen for you. Now you just have to make it so it doesn't load for like a minute on startup. Yeah, that's crazy. I've never seen anything like that. The worst loading time I've had personally in one of my Godot games was Death of a Whole Salesman, but that's because there's 3 hours of like public domain jazz music in the assets. So the load is pretty bad. It's like 100 megs or something, which is pretty big for a Godot game. Certainly big for a web game. And that's very dependent on internet speed. So like I didn't notice, but that's because I'm on fiber. And then someone was playing it on their stream and they're like waiting for the thing to load for like 2 minutes. And I'm like, oops. Uh-oh. All right, so we can say character button dot visible is, and what we can do is we can say character button dot set pressed no signal pressed, and we can say false. And then here we'll say character button, because this is just an aesthetic button. There's nothing you can do with this button. It's just like to make you realize that you're on this tab. Let's see if that works. Yeah, okay. And then when you do this, that'll just go away. Maybe I don't need to do a line around the whole character sheet when you're doing something like this. On like a matte hover. Kind of torn. Kind of torn about whether to do that. I think I'm going to try it. And so you can just go back to the party. I might have a little arrow here. Kind of like this arrow, but going the other way. I think I'm going to do that. It's small, but that's the kind of day we're having. I like to have days where we're like pushing really crazy with the mechanics, and then I like to have days where we're like, should we add a little thing to the UI? But obviously it's inefficient, but you have good ideas sometimes when you give yourself the space to think about stuff like that. You will have good ideas you wouldn't have had otherwise. That sucks that this is all on one layer. Okay. Should be fine. Oh, is this the PNG? That's why. There we go. This feels like it's the wrong distance. Let's look at the party roster sprite. What's the distance for this? 8? Okay. This is 6. Okay, yeah, we can move it over a little bit. Move it over a little bit and we'll flip it. Oh, this is my jam. Yeah, I like that. So subtle, but yeah, effective, I think. Oh, no, it's 9 this way. Oh, the shadow should go the other way then. Probably need that color. This is my jam. Oh, gotta move it. Oh, you know what I could do? I could do this. I'll try that. I can do it because there's the two-tone. I can't do that on the text here. The lack of the two-tone. I can't do this. Also, what has happened to the focused version? Oh, I don't have one. Oh, Lord. Why is the outline... Why is part of the outline on the text layer and part of it's on the... Oh, geez, Dave. We're just going to close this file. Not think about that. All right, so what I need is I need a focused overlay that I can just pop on this. That's probably the best way to do it, is just do that. So what's the size of this dang thing? 160 by 192. All right, we're going to just do the overlay thing ourselves. We're going to do it the smart way this time. Actually, this needs to be twice the width here. 320 by 192. I need a 160 grid. There we go. I like flipped the whole thing. I was like, where did everything go? Why did I do this? I meant to do this differently, and then I did this. That's okay. That's okay. I'm dumb. I'll pay for it. Pay for my stupidity here. This is character sheet. Outline. Sprite atlas. I guess it's a highlight, actually, more than it's an outline. Because it's specifically not on the outside. And I was dumb and I did it like this, so now I have to pay for it. OSG, you're trying to judge if second coffee will help you focus or make you crazier. First one made you a little crazy, but now you're tired. Embrace it. As that one Chaos Marine said in Dawn of War, sanity is for the weak. That said, I will be switching to tea. Maybe I recommend a cup of tea. That makes me less crazy. In the afternoon, I like a cup of tea. In the morning, I can do my coffee. All right, so we got our stupid little outlines. And so now we just need to apply these. This is so bad. Everything feels so bad the way I'm doing this. That's okay. It's okay. All right. Make a new resource. That's kind of part of by just moving, just keep moving. You know, the just keep swimming school of game development. This is in character, isn't it? Textures and carry. It means you will hardly ever make optimal decisions, but you're making decisions quickly and you're continuing to move, and that's good because you could agonize over the decision with the existing information you have, but by doing the thing, you are going to get a lot more information very quickly, and that means the decision you make later is more likely to be the correct decision. It feels kind of like that stupid probability gotcha lesson people do where they're like, there are 3 doors. Behind 2 of them is a goat. Behind 1 of them is a Ferrari. If you pick a door and then one of the doors is opened and if one of the doors you didn't pick is opened and revealed that a goat is behind it, should you pick again? And it's like a Zeno's paradox because like in reality it doesn't matter, but from like a strict probability standpoint, technically you had a 1/3 chance of victory before, and now you have a 50-50 chance of picking the Ferrari. Dumb. I don't know why I brought that up. Character, sheet, highlight, atlas, texture. No, character sheet, focused, atlas, texture. Yeah. It's like if you take Zeno's paradox too seriously. Yeah, go have like a black tea. Get a little of that caffeine. Or green tea even. LSG, you keep hitting these pockets of despair with game dev. You're trying to just muscle through. You just got to push through. You know, if you think a little too much about any aspect of life, it's really easy for despair to bubble up. So yeah. You just gotta do whatever, you know, you gotta do whatever lets you sleep at night. And yeah, for me, it's just doing the work. Like, no matter how much work I do in game dev, there are moments where I'm just like, what am I doing? And sometimes that causes me to completely change direction and do a whole new project. But, you know, that's the hard part. That's the thing about doubt. But I'm not gonna preach about doubt and faith and whatever. You can just watch the brilliant Meryl Streep film with Philip Seymour Hoffman called Doubt. That captures it pretty well. About what it means to believe you're right in spite of just a whole universe of doubt pressing down on you.
You guys are so good at that.
The context of that film is very different. Don't get it twisted, but it's a lot of good stuff about doubt there. All right, so what we're doing here, we're going to set the pressed. What we want to do is we're going to have a character. We have a character button, a party button. We have party sheets. And then what we'll do is we'll have like a character highlight or something. The character highlight doesn't really matter where we put it. Let's add one. Let's call it a sheet highlight. Let's give it a texture rect. What is this just called texture rect? Did I just make one of these and it just doesn't do anything? Cool. Cool. Let's just use that then. Sheet highlight. Put it here. Oops. There. And now we can just plug in like this if we need to. And just highlight a character sheet if we want. We will have this totally ignore input. You're trying not to doubt yourself and just build the damn thing and figure it out as you go. Yeah. Got to do what Thornity does. You just got to speed run through those flops. I'm increasingly of the opinion that as long as you're making like a good faith effort and you have a good idea and stuff, like all things being equal, assuming the best from yourself as far as what you're committed to and what you're doing, like assuming you're not just fucking around, there's a point at which whether your game succeeds or fails is very much out of your hands. And so, yeah, just speed run it. Just do it. Make it. It might fail. It might succeed. Just get it out the door and then do it again. I'm coming around to this philosophy. A lifetime of working on dream games that went nowhere is kind of is pushing me in that direction. Party tabs, party sheets. Why is party QRST? that's arbitrary. That's deeply arbitrary. Okay. It will fail, but you're having fun working on it, so you're just gonna send it. Yeah, just send it. You really don't know. I mean, it's good to protect your ego by saying stuff like it's guaranteed to fail. But deep down, we all feel like maybe it could succeed. Maybe if the stars align. All right, so we're going to do this, and then whenever we have a on mat hovered, we are going to set the sheet highlight to be visible. Sheet highlight dot visible equals true. This is defaulted to a focused view, right? That's what we want, focused. Oh, so we need some more export variables. Add export variable, sheet, highlight, focused, texture 2D. Add export variable, sheet, highlight, pressed, texture 2D. So we need to make the other version of this first. So we say X is 160. Save this as. Deep down, we want to believe. Fail until you sail. There you go. There you go, Arneo. Very subtle difference, these. That's all right. We set these here. Sheet highlight focused. Sheet highlight pressed. This is so bad. Sheet highlight dot visible. Oh, you know, the pressed we're like literally never going to use, huh? Huh. Okay, whatever. We made it. We might use it later. If anything, then what we can do is we can actually remove those exports. We don't actually need them. This is just a thing. Whoop. Oh, do we use this? Say selected character equals null. Say here we'll say sheet highlight dot visible equals true. Here we'll say if selected sheet, or no, selected character. And we'll do that. Okay. Okay, almost. Still not quite what I want, but hey, that's something. Why? Why? Why is it not going back to normal? You're trying to finish up the core loop of this rhythm game today so you can see if people like the idea at least. That's great. Validate early and often. You think that'll be a fun one to work on stream if you can get the base systems down, but standing up a turn-based RPG is a bit of a slog? You're telling me. You're telling me. We haven't even gotten to that part yet. Haven't even gotten to that part yet. So what does this think it is? Oh, it's on the wrong picture. There we go. That still isn't behaving correctly. Oh, I think that's actually kind of awful. That's actually kind of awful. It's also not going away when I move off of the card. Why is that not happening? Okay, well that's doing what I want. I don't know if this is strictly necessary. It's more feedback, which I guess is always good. I want to do it the other way. Where instead of doing visibility, what we're doing is we're setting the... Let's try it. Let's try it. In which case, I actually need to fiddle with the sprite a little bit. So we'll just do this one. Okay, we're gonna try this. You also want to jiggle shake on the character sheet too, but the outline is a nice touch. Yeah, that's part of the reason I wanted to make them cards is because that's really easy to do. But we'll still be able to do that. We'll do like a sub viewport container and we'll have like a little... But yeah, I'm stopping myself at like crazy post-processing things. I think it's okay if we set up some nice like texture variations to give you some feedback. But yeah, we're eventually we'll have crazy stuff happen when you level up your cards. And it'll be like based on how big the level up is. Like when you level up a card to legendary, fucking fireworks should go off. Like, but yeah, we're gonna not start there. Okay, so if we're not gonna mess around with also, so this mat hovered and mat unhovered thing seems totally useless. I actually don't think this is happening, is being called at all. You got tunneled in on micro interactions. It's super easy. The next one I want to do is the card hover. I want to do a highlight of the outer rim as well as the inner portrait rim for hover and drag. That's the next thing we're going to do. Maybe not this stream, but that's the next. That's probably the last big UI beautiful thing I want to do. Yeah, so hovered and unhovered. Okay, so why did that happen but not the first time? Party mat is on. Okay, so it is being called. Okay, it's being called but not the first time a card comes in there. Oh, okay, so we need the equivalent behavior on the mat card. So we don't actually get both mat hovered and mat card entered. It calls just the more priority, the more senior of the two, which would be the mat card entered, like the more important of the two. That's what's happening. Okay, that actually makes sense. So instead what we're going to do is we're going to say sheet textured, and we are going to add these. Hold on a second. I'll do this properly. And by properly, I mean the way that causes the least number of annoying bugs. And not bugs, scripting errors. I don't know what you want to call it. I also don't need it that way. What we need is texture 2D. At export variable, character sheet, highlight. Well, let's say character sheet focused, texture 2D. Let's say at export variable, character sheet pressed. That's kind of misleading. That's not actually what we're doing. But that's what I called them, so that's what they're going to be called for now. It's actually more of like a hover and then like a hard entered or something thing. Yeah, I would say that there is a appropriate amount of juice that you need for all your interactions and features to be able to evaluate whether they're working or not. Which is why I think there is some amount of juice that you should add before you're able to like really figure out if something feels right or not. But obviously you can go too far. Obviously you can go too far. So we're going to say sheet highlight. And we're going to say dot texture is character sheet pressed. We also need to say sheet highlight. Well, let's do the visible after we set the texture. I know it doesn't practically matter, but it seems like a good policy. And here we're going to say sheet highlight dot texture equals character sheet focused. That doesn't make any sense, but let's not worry about it. So when the card exits, we're going to just set the texture. And then here we are going to say All right, let's see if this works the way I think it works. I need more stuff when I'm... So there's a slight problem for using the button like this, but instead of doing my own thing, but whatever. So this opens this. Oh, it does not. I see. Oh, and that doesn't do anything. Okay, we need to update our buttons to do some stuff. So when the character sheet closes, we need to actually turn off the sheet highlight. And when we open it, we need to do the same. Right, let's do it in this order. Oh, no, that was a good order. I don't care if we're overdoing this, but it's okay. And then when we do this, and so when you also, okay, that's encapsulated well enough, I think. So we can play this. We need this to highlight a little bit. I want some stuff over here, over on the roster. I want to switch to a highlight version of the roster. And you know what I should actually do? I think the reduction of the plus thing is not doing exactly what I think it would. Okay. That doesn't quite do what I want it to do either. Why is this being weird? So why doesn't it work here? This is kind of what I want. Oh, are you guys eating the input? Is that what's happening? I think that's what's happening. No, it says you pass. Does that only work if you don't consume it? If this control does not handle the event. I thought you had to call a thing to specifically declare that stuff gets handled. What? Yeah, okay. The behavior right in here is bad. That's because this is part of the mat. I probably need to move the mat up. Oh, and now it's totally gone. That's not good. When the character sheet closes, it needs to set the party mat back. You have no clue how event bubbling works? Yeah. I don't either. I usually figure out in such a specific way that it doesn't feel like I've learned anything generally. Okay, so when the character sheet closes, party rect is set back. Party to the roster mats, roster count. So why didn't that happen? Tabs not visible. Party rect. Oh, are we not setting this to be visible? That's the thing. Such a nightmare. Okay, let's turn these on. Let's turn these on. And then let's look at the mat. And let's make the mat smaller. Like that. See if that helps. So maybe we don't actually do anything with the hover. Mat hovered and on mat unhovered. I actually don't know if I love these. These don't seem useful. This is so dumb. I just find myself saying that in response to almost everything that I do. But that's okay. Okay, so mat unhovered is just totally useless. Although I guess it's not actually like, okay, there, it worked there. Oh, something else is eating the input still. Is the party mat too far down? Or up the tree or whatever? Maybe. This is what I want. Something like this. I want to do something in response to a card being dragged. But that's going to require a bunch of signal connecting. But that's okay. I need to move this pixel up. So this, setting this to pressed is wrong. I don't know where we're doing this, but we're doing it somewhere. Oh, we're doing it right here. Okay. What if we didn't do that? There we go. That's more what I want. So when you're like about to do something, it's subtle, but it's nice. That was weird. There we go. That's what it should do. If I do this, yeah, okay. Okay, this is close. This is close to what I want. It doesn't quite behave the way I want to when the roster is empty, but that's fine. I do need to fix this one pixel. This one pixel is off here. 2 pixels. 2 pixels are off. Unacceptable. Do you have a custom playlist on Pretzel, or is there a pre-made playlist you use? You tried the lo-fi playlist. There's so many misses in songs with vocals, even though you told it instrument only. I use the chill radio usually for when we're hanging out. I use the Epic one. I've set it to be instrumental only. I've also set it to be YouTube safe, so it's a very limited set of music. Yeah, the lo-fi one has a lot of that that one particular person who is always like has this very particular sample that they use to start all their songs, and it bothers me. But yeah, I don't know if I absolutely love Pretzel Rocks. I don't know if I would necessarily recommend it to anybody. I mean, if you exactly need music that's YouTube and Twitch safe, and you don't want to think about it, I guess it's okay for that. Yeah, buyer beware. Right, that should work. You know, we have more room. I could make this text bigger, I guess. I don't know. Could make it more like this text. I kind of like that it's a little more readable. It's a little more readable without the 3D effect that I use on these big buttons down here. Kind of like it. Kind of like it. I think it's okay. Oh, there's our little plus button. I was like, where was that? We've got it here now. I like that. Yeah, I like it. It's subtle. Very subtle. Okay, we're moving along. This shouldn't happen. This, like, defaulting to pressed state when it opens, that's very wrong. Why does it do that? Oh, we're running out of time. Yeah, you can always like or dislike the songs, and you have to train it like you would anything else over time. On party button pressed, character sheet close. Character sheet close. Sheet highlight, not texture, sheet focused. Yeah, that's correct. Character sheet open. So we select sheet highlight dot texture. Oh no, we don't want that. We want it to still be this. We only want it to switch to a pressed here. Yes. And then on this, we want to set it back to focused again. Okay. Okay. I think we got the loop. I think we got the loop. And I think I'll be happy with that for today. You know, like the trap style stuff? Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of trap stuff in the lo-fi radio for some reason. Okay, it's not doing the thing I expect it to do. For some reason. Is it because this is... Nope. Is it because... LF characters by suit has... Sheet.texture highlights. Is this resetting it? Yes, it is. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. I actually can't do that here. I have to make the decision somewhere else. So if we say, if we do this, you can do it like this. So if we press the tab button, we just want it to be focused. However, if we open it by... Because the mat card entered, we want to set it to be this. Okay. This should work. This should be what I want, and then I'll be happy. So if I open it like this, yeah, it's in focus mode. And then if I drag a card over it, you get that extra little bit. think the highlight helps bring it in line with the rest of the UI. Open question whether the character sheet thing here should also do that, but I don't think so. And then if I do this and I open it like this, same thing. And then if I do this and I open it like this, yeah, there we go. Okay. What if I do this, then open it like this, and then move back off? Oh, that didn't actually do what I wanted it to. Interesting. Somebody else is fucking with me here. Some other function here is interfering. I don't know what it is. That's okay. It's a very particular set of things. So if I do this and I play that, yeah, there needs to be something here. Oh, no. Okay, well, we're going to run the ads. We'll wait for a minute. Hello, Harley Barley. I hope I pronounced that right. I almost certainly didn't. Raid alert. Okay, that worked. Is it if I do this and then I do this, it doesn't work? How's it going? Raiding and running? No worries. No worries. We're going to hang out for a bit here. How's it going? Well, you're raiding and running. Well, thanks for the raid. Let me give you that shout out. Hopefully I'll hear more from you next time. You're doing public code reviews. You saw I was working on something. We're working on a roguelike deck builder where you draft an RPG party called Party Wipe. But thanks for the raid. Appreciate you. Public code reviews. That's crazy. I wouldn't even want to review my own code. Okay, that doesn't work. We're working on the UI for this roguelike deck builder for the card playing stuff. Your cards are like nouns. They're characters, they're equipment, they're abilities. And so you play them onto these characters that you're trying to level up, and you try to thin your deck out by leveling up the cards. And then there's going to be a turn-based battle system that runs into, that you know, dovetails into. We were getting ready to wrap it up, but we got a raid, so we're going to hang out. Which is good, because I'm not done figuring out how this part works. Yeah, I want something to happen when we are adding something to the roster for the first time. But that doesn't really work with the way I have the buttons set up. Oh, I could do set press no signal. But what is that like? So if let's try that. All right, we're in ads. Hold on to your ads. We'll hang out for like another 30 minutes. Something like that. Yeah, almost exactly that, maybe. Some sweet Claire de Lune. So if we were to, on mat card entered, if we were to take the party tab, we take the party tab, we set it up, and what if we were to say party tab dot set pressed? That won't work unless it's a toggle, will it? No, that doesn't quite do what we want either. Oh, you know what we could do is we could put the party tab into focus, right? How do we control that? Focus. Roster tab. Roster tab. Texture button. Is that a base button thing? Probably. Is that a mode? Control.focus mode. None, click, all. So I want focus all. Okay, is that a control thing? Control. Control. Focus mode. This is going to mess up some stuff if I do it this way. Arnio, you did it. You shared your itch draft page on the Discord. Might actually run someone as intended now. Hell yeah. That would be cool. I'll check that out later. All right, so we've got the focus mode. And then if I were to just say we are focused. Oh, I say get focus, huh? Oh, we can totally just use set press no signal. Because when we're done committing the move, we go to a character, we open the character sheet. So we just need to clean up the pressed. We just need to unpress the tab. We could totally make this happen. The mat card dropped. We hook up the signal. We're gonna hook up the signal and then tell it to not use it. We're gonna say party tab dot set press no signal false. We could do a button group thing, but I am loath to use button groups, especially like dynamic button groups, but we'll see. See what we end up doing. And then so when this enters, what we're going to do here, we're going to say party tab. We are going to say set pressed no signal true. That might work. And then what happens when we do an exit? We just queue the tab. Oh, so we're creating and queuing tabs. Okay, that's fine. And freeing. We're queuing, freeing. If we don't think we need them anymore. That's okay. That's okay. So when we do the drop, we are going to set the tab to be unpressed. Is there anywhere else we need to do that? Let's see. Let's see how it goes. If I do this, I wanted to see a highlight over the night. Is what I wanted to see. And in fact, I actually want to change this. I actually don't want to, well, shit. I don't want the plus 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 to change. I don't want the plus signs to change until after you've actually committed it. I don't think. Maybe not. Maybe not. We'll have to see. So what I should be seeing is a highlight over it when I do that. And I'm not seeing that. That's what I should see. So why am I not seeing that? So on mat card entered, we do all of this. Party tab dot set press no. So if I do this, oh, we don't even need to worry about the signal. Oh, it needs to be toggled. It's not toggleable. That's the problem. This needs to be toggleable. That's why that doesn't do anything, I think. I hope. Yep, there it is. All right, that's what we wanted to see. That's what we wanted to see. I still think I want to see maybe a little light white outline around the UI element. Around the roster element. We do this. Oh, that. We played the card and everything. Why did nothing happen there? And if we do this, that opens up. That's fine. Okay, when we hit the party button, we need to untoggle the tab. Should we just do that when the character sheet opens rather than here? Just do that like this. But we don't actually know the tab, so no, we shouldn't do it there. Do we know it here? Yes, so we'll do it here. We'll open the character sheet and then we'll unset the tab. We're gonna do one thing at a time. I know there's multiple problems here, but we'll do one thing. So when I do this, oh, that worked this time. Why didn't that work last time? Play a hero card to populate your party roster. Okay. Honestly, when you bring the card out into the battlefield, this same thing is going to happen. I just haven't set up the playmat for this yet, this area. If I do this, yeah, it didn't do anything there. What's up with that? It worked another time I tried it. Okay, so that's not doing anything. So that should, on mat card dropped, party tab.press.connect, new sheet .setup. Oh, we're not opening the character sheet anymore for some reason. Open character sheet. Well, that explains why that's not happening. But that also means we need to change the tab. Party tab. Hey, Hypnotic. Thanks for the hydrate. How's it going? The king of the Godunts. How's it going? We're fiddling around with nitpicky UI things for our new roguelike deck builder here. Crash. Selected char.visible equals true. Oh, have we not set this then? New sheet. Easy. Easy. Selected char equals new sheet. Let's move that down a little. There we go. Back here. I also want it, if you like click out, for that to probably close anyway, but we have a button for closing it, which is good enough for now. Yeah, I think I'm going to implement that thing I said where, like, character cards at certain levels start with a certain amount of XP, but they're worth less if you add them. So, like, maybe a level 1 knight starts with 2 XP, but if you add it, it only adds 1. So it's like, you want to try to start, you want to spawn, you want to play the unit that's the highest overall level. Add a little bit of pressure there. Of like, oh, I've got a level 1 knight card here, but like I know I have some higher level ones in the deck, and it's like, can I avoid a party wipe if I wait another turn before playing a knight? Add a little pressure, a little stress. Seems good. Okay, well this interaction is pretty close to what I want. I thought there was an edge case that I'm trying to sort out, and I can't find it, so maybe it's fine. So we got this, and we got that, and then we can do that again. We got that. We can do this. We can do this. Yeah, that looks like that works out okay. All right. All right, all right, all right. Let's do a little highlight around the roster. This is gonna suck, but we're gonna do this. What's the best way to do this? Probably an overlay would be the best. But that's probably not what we're going to do. What we're probably going to do is repurpose the party roster, which right now has the enemy roster and the party roster in this kind of awkward space-saving curve thing. And what we'll probably do is we will probably split this out. Everyone's having a fine weekend today. Fine Saturday, I guess. should this be 4x4 so I can actually manage this? I don't want to show it. I just want to take advantage of the fact that it's there. Whoop, whoop. Doing okay, though. Good progress for today. Doing okay. For episode 10. Wrong layer Dave strikes back. I'm going to do the same thing here. We want to switch to a 4x4 grid. And we just don't want to see it. We'll call this Party, Roster, Sprite, Atlas. Copy the rest of these over. You made decent progress too, LSG. You have the basics of selecting an attack, counting down, timing the beats, determining success failure. I think I'll start a project thread because you're still a little shaky on the idea. I have a feeling there are a lot of people in this Discord will have a lot of opinions on it. So yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think you can trust the group to have opinions on how that should work. Ooh, this is awkward. That's okay. Yeah, that sounds great. See if I can recreate this and get this last hover effect before the end of the stream here. Last hover effect I want. Let's get the text first, I guess. Before we get too fancy. Okay, so now what we're going to do, copy this stuff over. Is this going to fit? Should. Better. Better fit. There we go. Perfect. Like a glove. Kind of a dumb thing to do, but, you know. All right. Yeah, this is how this should go, right? You're looking for tough love on that project? On the feedback? Do so much work to go the distance with it, but you think you can deliver on the vibe? Yeah, knowing whether it's worth that is definitely a significant part of the battle. And it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you want to go into that evaluation very sober, right? This doesn't seem right. Oh no, this is the middle. Okay. You want to go very sober into that evaluation, and then once you made your determination, that's when like faith comes in, right? But your initial decision about whether to believe in that project enough to push it through like that needs to be very, very cold and calculated. And obviously excitement still plays a significant point, but like, your excitement has been fizzling almost immediately lately, so you need the cold, calculating business approach to bear the weight. Yeah, there's, I think there's a Godot Con Boston talk about this by a guy I know named Mark, also known as Mac in the community. And it was in the context of Mac has a lot of experience doing game jams. Mac has done like 30 game jams with people, like. He's done solo, but he's also done like jams with teams. He's done it a lot. And he came up with a conception of like how to model his motivation. And I don't remember the exact wording, so I'm probably going to ruin it. But it's like there's a difference between a motivation fountain, like a naturally occurring spring of motivation, which you have early on in a project usually. It can also just kind of appear from time to time. Like it's that kind of very fleeting, very hard to pin down kind of motivation that seems to come from day to day. Obviously, you have the most of it when you first start a project. But you can't rely on it to finish a project because of how fickle it is. So Max says over time you need to switch to a more reliable source of motivation, which he calls the motivation engine, as opposed to like the motivation spring. And yeah, I think the motivation engine is about having like solid workflows, keeping the game playable, keeping your goals realistic so you don't get stuck where like the game's unplayable for 2 months because you're working out some kind of crazy system. So yeah, there's ways you can game it. There's ways you can set yourself up so that you're in the best place possible to keep the motivation engine going for the inevitable time that the natural fountain of motivation that is like kind of outside of your control to an extent dries up. For when you have dry spells, right? I think that's very wise. I don't know if I've totally figured that out, But yeah, I try not to let I always talk about it like going to the gym, whether it's like streaming or game dev or whatever. It's like you build up routines. You cannot depend on whether you feel like doing something. If it's something that's worth doing, either a game or, you know, gym or like the dishes, cooking, you really can't depend on whether you feel like doing it or not. You have to know that it's either that it's a good thing to do or not. And if you know it's a good thing to do, then yeah, you kind of just got to push through. Got to just push through it. It's hard. But I'm sure there's some like very nice stoic things about that one could say about that sort of thing. But yeah, it's good. It's good to get that feedback early. That's what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to get feedback early and often. And part of the reason why I'm pushing the UI here to be very clear and good and like good enough for now is because I want to make sure I'm getting good feedback. I don't want to put this game in front of people and they'll be like, oh, this seems interesting, but like you need more, like I'm not getting any, I don't have any of the niceties that I would expect. I'm trying to get some of that stuff out of the way so that I actually, when I do get feedback, it'll be on the stuff that matters, hopefully. Hopefully. Obviously, I can't guarantee that, but... F. That looks terrible. Maybe it's okay. So you always try to race to a playable prototype. Yeah. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, with your game, what I want to see and what I really need to see before I believe it works is I see a deep conflict between the turn-based RPG stuff and the rhythm game stuff. And I don't think it's a cursed problem, but I'm worried that there's something there. I'm worried that there's a conflict in the inherent promises of the two genres, which is the definition of a cursed problem, right? Where the two different parts of the thing are promising different player fantasies or different whatever. I'm not going to explain it very well. If you're interested in cursed problems in game design, go watch Alex Jaffe's GDC talk on cursed problems in game design. But I'm fascinated by that kind of stuff. And I'm very afraid of doing something similar in one of my games, of stumbling into a cursed problem. I think the visibility problems we were having in my FTL were very close to a cursed problem, if not actually a cursed problem. I think they were very close. I don't love how this looks, but it's consistent with what I'm doing elsewhere, so we're gonna try it. I also didn't like Curse of the Necromancer, let's be clear. I might not be the best person to evaluate it. I also don't play turn-based JRPGs. Or any RPGs, really. To read into it. You do have a bad gut feeling about the idea now that you have a prototype, so maybe you'd be able to identify with the right tools. Yeah, go watch the Cursed Problems in Game Design talk. It's really good. By Alex Jaffe. And not that Alex Jaffe. Apparently a totally different Alex Jaffe. I'm confused about it myself. But I don't think it's the same Alex Jaffe as the insert credits Alex Jaffe. It's very confusing. I didn't know the game dev I didn't know the game dev industry was big enough for 2 Alex Jaffes. All right, so we got this set up. The other one is the same, so we just won't change it until we go look at the enemy, until we redo the enemies. But this is how we're gonna do our little hover over thing. I kind of want to rename the roster empty with roster tab 0. So we're going to do that. Party roster tabs 0. We're going to load a different texture. Say 0, 0. Save it. Yeah, go watch it. Yeah, after this. Oh yeah, obviously don't interrupt my stream with a YouTube video that I recommended to you. Obviously that would be rude. But we'll be wrapping it up soon, so don't worry about it too much. I just want to finish this thing. Because then I can say all this UI highlighting stuff is like done. We can move on to something else. Because tomorrow is going to be card day. Tomorrow is going to be very fun, in my opinion. Tomorrow, for a Lazy Sunday, our special Lazy Sunday stream, which is my makeup for Missing Friday. F, what did I do? Oh no, this is fine. It's 512 plus 128. 640. Yeah, we're gonna have a card design day where we just make the cards for the starting 4 characters. Yeah, get back to that submarine game. We all want it. We all want the submarine game. Give it to us. 768. Okay, so this is party roster tab 0. Then now we need to do these again, but this is going to be confusing. So this one is 232. We don't need a submarine brainstorming session. You know what you need? All you need to make a submarine game? You just watch Hunt for Red October. Or maybe if you're making a cozy submarine game, you go watch The Life Aquatic. These are your 2 choices. Hunt for Red October, The Life Aquatic. All right, so what I want to do is I make sure that I didn't totally break all of this. I want to do a highlight for when a card is over a tab. Oh, damn. Is that only ever affect one thing? Damn. Do I not actually need to do that? Oh, no. It could happen. It could happen. It could be needed for the other ones. All I really want to do is highlight this roster tab thing. Specifically when there are no characters. Iron Lung. I have not seen Iron Lung. I guess I should watch Iron Lung. If there could be a dark horse in this competition here. I've heard Iron Lung is better than it deserves to be. Is how it's phrased, which I feel like is couched in a lot of judgment, but I'm not going to get into that. You know, the sub viewport pixelation is a little wonky for my 4K monitor, but I think it's okay. It looks a little weird. It's a little weirder than I thought, because I thought it would just be fully multiplying. But maybe it's at an awkward multiple, actually. I guess it could be, because what is this? Keep aspect ratio. And this is 1290. Yeah, I'm sure that's just not a clean multiple is the problem. I think if I was on full screen, it would look very different. So if I did instead, if I unchecked the embed, here we got our full screen. Oh, this won't totally work either because that's not exactly full screen. But it is good to look at this at full screen. Yeah, it's still just an awkward size. What we're going to need to do is going to be, what we're going to need to do with this character sheet, which is going to be complicated, is have like slot matching stuff. It's going to be interesting once we start getting the equipment hooked up in here. Once we get the equipment cards and the ability cards, we're going to have like a mechanism that lets us lock that in. We're going to have some kind of stuff happen. This is looking all right, though. Feeling okay about this. Seems like the Life Aquatic is going to be the closest vibe. You think you'll rent it? Giving you a lot of homework? Look. Yeah, all you need to do is watch the Cursed Problems in Game Design Talk by Alex Jaffe. And then I guess, yeah, you got to watch the Life Aquatic for after you've decided that your turn-based RPG rhythm game is a cursed problem, which I'm not saying it is, but it's giving some warning signs to me specifically. But that's okay, because my FTL-like game also screamed at me with warning signs about the cursed problem, and I worked on that for, a year and a half. So you don't have to let that, impact your decision-making process. Man, I like this UI. This UI is turning out all right. All right, I said I was going to do this highlight. I regret saying that because now I have to do it. Call it hover. That's what we'll call it. Okay, so we need 232, 768. Okay, so we've got a hover one. So now this one is going to be at around 198 and 640. I need to start saying these in the correct order, or I'm going to continue to just confuse myself here. 640, right? That doesn't seem right. Oh, it is 640. Oh, it's 198. The heck is going on here? I guess it's not 198. Oh, there's a gap. Mind the gap. No, I said 1, not 0. Bad bastards. Okay, this is working out so far. Oh, that highlight of the plus sign isn't as bad as I thought it was. You've not even seen Life Aquatic, but you know you would love that film. Go watch it. It's so good. I forgot you did a Boyd simulation for Schools of Fish. Yeah, everyone should do a Boyd simulation. At some point. They're just fun. They're just fun for the whole family. 512, 164. Oh, I missed one. Save that. I missed one of these little bastards. There it is. Not convinced that looks good, but we're going to try it. Well, I went later, way later than I thought I would. But we got a nice big raid, so it's all right. Why are you defaulted to this now? There we go. And then so this needs to keep track of a couple of things here that are all wrong. Whoop. The regular ones in here. And we just need a system to switch between a hovered version. We got roster mats. And what we need is we need at export variable roster hover mats. Actually, I don't know if we need the hover here. I'm going to put these here in the other class. At export variable hover mats. What we'll do is we'll say party mats hover. Yeah. Seven. Plug these in. Okay, so I did that. So all that's hooked up. Now we just need the behavior. So there's a very specific situation where I want to kick this in, and it's right here, I think. So we want to say this. It's when we... It's specifically when we do this here. So party rect, texture, roster mass, roster count plus 1. No, it's actually... roster, no, it's party mats hover roster count plus 1. And it's just in this situation. Let's see if that's if this is a one line of code fix. It might be. Yeah, it was. Hey, that's pretty good. So if we do that again, actually, let's do that with the proper, like, it's the last time we're going to run this here, probably for a minute, or for the stream or whatever. So let's do a full screen. Let's not embed it. Do a proper look at it all here before we end. So yeah, that's what I wanted. I just wanted a little highlight there. It's a little weird that the text doesn't highlight. But I don't really want... There's a reason I picked a smaller text for these upper boxes. I didn't want the same thing as we got with, like, the ones on the bottom, so I think it's okay. I think it's okay. But yeah, I just wanted that little highlight. It's subtle, but I like it. And then we never see it again, because it doesn't really matter. Do all of this stuff. What I want. This is we're doing it. We're cooking or whatever. Cooked up something. Hell yeah. All right. Oh, now I can't close this. I asked for that. Change this back to window. We need to add smarter project settings change so that when we launch in editor mode, we get embedded, and we're not in editor mode, we get full screen. Yeah, that's all right. I think that's it for today. Yeah, tomorrow, card day, card making day. We're gonna make the rest of the other 3 units in the initial set, and then we're gonna make a bunch of equipment for all of them. Maybe we'll make some spells, or quote unquote abilities. Heck yeah, good stream. Thanks, LSG. Yeah, it was a long one. Thanks, Harley Barley again for the raid. I'm tired, so I'm just gonna go. But yeah, we're gonna have a lazy stream tomorrow. Today's stream was way longer than I thought it was gonna be, but we did the good stuff. Hopefully now I can actually just commit this and not work the rest of the day. Hopefully I can actually take the rest of the day off mentally What I try to do is I try to do a commit, and that usually gets my brain to be like, we shipped it. If we start working on stuff now we're committing to do a whole bunch more stuff. So yeah, I'm trying to chill out, take it easy, and we'll be back tomorrow for some more stuff. Nice card building day. I'll ask you about your homework, LSG. I'll try to check out some games. I'll try to check out Arneo. I'll try to check out your prototype. Try to check out LSG's prototype. I'll try to check out Hamburgers. I don't want to say prototype because I think Hamburger said they're like done. But hey, Remus, good to see you. Hope everyone has a great rest of their Saturday. Thanks everyone for watching, and maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Oh, Thornity, thank you. Everyone give Thornity thanks for putting us on this new direction. For pushing me off this cliff. See you, Thornity. Bye.